Greetings, fellow weebs. It is I, Sinaido. We're back for more Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Let's do it. King Weeb reporting for duty. How's it going, Throw? Feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for the bits. Been busy? Or just, I've been finishing too early? Yes, I know what I said. Nice to see you Sunday. I don't know, what day is it? It's Wednesday. You're too good. It's a holiday? Why? Well, I have a bit of a headache, but I think I slept more today, so hopefully we can go all 6 hours. We'll see. Man, I made it to the Snow Globe Village in It Takes Two. That game is so good. It really is. You need more rest, sir? No longer in your 20s? Look, I have an opportunity to take a nap in the afternoon, and I just don't fall asleep. And then during the nighttime, I'm here like, whoa. I don't know, man. Then I go to bed, I wake up earlier than I should. You want to tell your dad you go in the girl and I go in the guy? I'm already past that area, but I definitely did remember, and I pointed it out to my sister who was watching. Like, hey, this is the area where the most popular best clip of my channel is. Let me send this to her. Maybe you go in the girl and I go in the guy?
Say that again.
This was so fun, man. We gotta play something. We gotta find something new to play. It still cracks me up. It's so good. Such a good clip. And the way you start laughing in a crescendo. It's moving out, man. We need to play moving out. To be honest, I don't know what else to play. Other than moving out. It's such a good moment. We could try Overcooked. We did, and it was awesome. That's why I think moving out would be awesome too. Because I consider them pretty similar. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. What's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. They feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry. I'm not really thirsty. I doubt it. Unlock the door with this card. We should probably go and take a look around. Super hot again. What have you been playing? I haven't even been stalking you. Oh, still here. Oh boy. How is this taking so long? Oh, you started another Ice Attorney? Okay. Fair enough. $636. Yeah, I knew about the bloodstained, so I thought you would be done by now. How's it going, Kitty? Alright. Oh man. You guys have been going ham lately with the thing, with the cat ears. It's as popular as it's ever been. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, we'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. And for a late lunch, holy shit. Alright, enjoy your food. Hello Echo, how are you? Who's this? There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. Doesn't look like her. Dead. Why? That's weird. What's a figurine doing in a sofa? In a place like this? I think it's a bear. How cute! It's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? Oh man. Maya's about to film a porno, isn't she? Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Where's the power button? Boy, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Ah, I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? This is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is an antenna doing here? Samurai porn? Yes, please. Oh hey, it's a computer! I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Wow. Maya? Worse than my mom. Ugh, locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, maybe I'd be able to crawl through here. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dad? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way! You're lying! I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Mr. Nick? Hmm? Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. Two Davids? What? Nani? But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Oh yeah, do you know about this card? Edgeworth, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You do? No matter what you look at it. What way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. What are they called again? Escargot or something like that? Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Edgeworth's face turned pale, right? As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. No, Kitty, no. Bad, down. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Huh? Oh, I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? Yeah, where's the key? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. A client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Shouldn't he ask his manager? who might be the killer that tried to frame him? Maybe not. Alright now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Mrs. Oldbag, don't evaluate my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really was something more valuable. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Ah! Mrs. Oldbag, keep your hands off me. The cellnet is airtight. No air gets in, and no air gets out. Well, clearly you are missing some. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth? Mrs. Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy Boo! Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct this investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly. That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Ajipu said so, you understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Damn, she's gone? Awesome. I don't have to do her voice anymore. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. How can she reach your face? She's like knee tall. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. I guess not. I guess I still have to do her voice. What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Engard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy, old bag. Just go away. At press conference, it was really the victim, Juan Cojita, trying to disclose something about Mr. Engard. But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic? They may look like heroes on the outside, but the inside, they're only human. You see something here? I was gonna request it again. If you do that, I will go into the system and be like, can only be requested once per stream. No, usually when I take them off, it's because they're like pressing on my temples. I don't know if you realize, but like this is metal, and this is like pressuring on your temples. You can bend them. I mean, they're bent as far as they'll go without breaking, I think. So yeah, like usually if it's I try to put them on in a somewhat comfortable way, but yeah, not always good. And sometimes I forget I have them. Sometimes they're like heavily uh perturbing my well-being. Yes. Uh, 10.7 gigabytes. Okay. I was just messing around with some photos. Because I forgot earlier. Huh. Here. Just got the plus gonna be goose in a hit. What? What does that even mean? Don't forget to redeem the games. They're about to go away. The free games. Free. You know what I mean. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Actually. Huh. Oh, it changed today. I haven't done it yet. Oh, I guess you missed out on for a day. You missed out. If you'd done it yesterday. Might as well have them right now. Alright. We bought it! But does this one say a different thing? Why is Borderlands still so expensive? Doesn't it have, like, wow! The DLC is as expensive as the game. Holy fucking shit. Yeah. Those are the games they can easily convince people to give out, I feel. Because it's like, hey, give out the game for free, more people can buy your DLC, and it's like, you still make money. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. What happened now? Huh. My capture card decided to shut off. This hasn't happened in a while. I feel like it hasn't happened in a long ass time. Alright, alright. Hey Melty, how goes it? Very great. Good. Well, since I'm messing around with shit because this is... being a bit of an idiot. Meltatio? Who the hell is that? Oh shit, can't do this while streaming. Vote for free shit. I'm not sure that's how it works. It just reminded me of the circus for a second. No. Playing Lara Croft Go? Really? You know, I never tried lobster. I'd say Diagonal Grid has fucked me more times than it should. I played any of those Go games. And I have, one of them is one of the, like, 4 things you can't, like, actual full games you can't play on PS5, and I own it. I wonder if it shows up in the store. Yeah, Hitman. It doesn't show in the store. Interesting. Yeah. I have it. I never deleted it off my PlayStation 4 because of that. Yeah, playable on PS4. Warcraft goes, it's an easy plat to set up. It was like $2. Is there a Deus Ex Go as well? Was that never released on console? I guess it's only on Steam or something. I made this chug. Now I have to refresh it. Hey, city boy! What? You're still here? Wreck, of course. An investigative photographer, each source thrives on our ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. I thought they weren't letting people in. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Wreck, Given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out here like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding them out, you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? The question, Melty, is the game good? The old lady told us about this, didn't she? That we can't go in this room tonight? Wonder if an investigation briefing is going on right now inside. Without Detective Gumshoe. Yeah. I wonder if my dad would like that game. Mr. Nick, what's this flower called? It's a sunflower, I think. This flower over here is pretty too. That's a tulip, I guess. Calling everything a sunflower or a tulip. Don't reckon even little kids will fall for that. In terms of difficulty, I think it's at our level. Nothing too big brain. Well, I just mean my dad because it's Lara Croft, not because of the difficulty. I'm sure he would have to look it up. Oh, how lovely. The teddy bear looks happy to be surrounded by so many beautiful flowers. Carlos really seems to like teddy bears a lot. I wonder if one also... I didn't touch him. Wasn't me, I tell you. I give you my word. Why do I get the impression Lana helped herself to one of them? Yeah, I don't know if a puzzle game was my dad's thing. You would have to be a really big Lara Croft guy to care for the Lara Croft part? Okay, so no. At most, I think something I might try to play with my dad is Lara Croft and not the Guardian of Light, the Temple of Osiris, or whatever it's called, which is a co-op game. We'll see. Temple of Anubis. We'll see after It Takes Two is done. Mr. Nick? What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts! Ah! I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me, what were you calling a demon, brat? Zoinks! It's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldback. What are you doing here? What is wrong with the young ones today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor one, and you're disturbing me. Oh, man. I thought I wouldn't need to see her ever again. Zoinks, okay, Shaggy. Yeah. Very much. Carrot juice bottle and tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty. It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. Yeah, I've read this. So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here? Yeah. I can't believe Mr. Kurita went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Engar. Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume. But weren't Mr. Engar and Mr. Kurita friends? They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals. So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy? Pearls is really fired up over this. I don't have an answer for her. I don't agree with this. I feel like Miles is a rival, and we're friendly. There is mutual respect. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Hey, Stian, how are you? No, hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Sleepy. I'm good for now. But, who knows when I will get sleepy. Cyan, everyone is Borderlands 3 now. You ready to carry us all? I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing, bad luck, and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain. Just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? He's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Well, there are. If you want Borderlands Easy Mode, play as Flack. I believe I played Roland in Borderlands 1. I'm definitely open to playing Borderlands. I just would want to go in order, as I always do. All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know. When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, Bob, you too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, Bob. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. I don't have anything to say. Okay. Corrida's a Chicago Bears superfan, that's a real reason. I don't know what that means, but okay. I mean, I understand by the name that their mascot is a bear. Haven't you been playing Elden Ring, Cyan? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. You really gotta shell out the bucks for the info I got. Letta, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Yes, me and a friend have been playing the Borderlands 3 DLCs and they're actually kinda long. Well, if I ever play it, I hope you'll be carrying. We gotta arrange for Sniper Elite when you're, when I'm free of this one, and you're free of whatever you're doing. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote. Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Engard shoving his manager lady onto Corrida? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. Maybe I'll donate some legendaries to you. Aren't they level locked? What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. But yeah, I don't know how it works in Borderlands 3. Is that the game like always online? No save, no save on the console? Like Genshin Impact, or is it like all the other Borderlands? Because if it is, you can just upload your save to the cloud? Okay. So you can upload your save to the cloud, drop everything you have, I'll pick it up, and then you go and download your save from the cloud, and we both have the stuff. Let's do that in Dark Souls 2, though. Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Huh. Hey, why do you look like you suddenly just got older, too? Or am I just shrinking here? Older. Ah, my baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor, anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, aren't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. Oh, babe, you know what that's worth? I think the $1,600 camera is worth $1,600. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. You too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay? Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. If you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring... Would you please just leave already? I read that as prostitute. Why are you censoring red? Why are you censoring prostitute? Why are you censoring anything? This melody is heaven and a place on earth from like 1987? What? Hero? I fucking hate the... I fucking hate Battle on the Big Bridge. The Cydia? Or was it the Theatrhythm? I don't even remember. That really... The really, really hard one. Fucking hate it. By the way, did you try the Descendant? Ingard Mansion, living room, let's go. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on the light. Flashing. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. He has a bunch of heads mounted on a wall. That's kind of creepy. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shug, the kitty cat. Shoo! I guess this is Shoo. First one is 21 currently. Okay. You enjoying it? The review I saw said it's pretty pushy with the with the like level boosts, and because it's very grindy otherwise. How did you feel about it? What a lovely cat! Hello, Shoo! Teehee! The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh? May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ingard's lawyer. The masters? Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you, wonderful self. Your wonderful self? I am the family butler, John Doe. Are you, though? Are you sure you're not a killer? Nice to meet you. Pretty sure you have to actually play to level. It's great if you're trying to get a new character super early. Okay. But, feels good? You like it? The gameplay? It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. They nerfed the person I was running in beta, so I'm really not worried about getting anyone new yet, since she was the only one. Okay. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today? Insane performance issues compared to beta, but the game is still fun? Okay, weird. So it's worse than the beta? There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Ingard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoo? The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Oh, Maya's right there. Oh, fuck. Beta was borderline flawless, so kind of a crapshoot of a situation. That's unfortunate. There are masks here. Yeah, the one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princesses and the Evil Magistrate. You fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Okay, I know the song. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. A giant bicycle is flying through the air! That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow! Sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. But there's a giant cooking hearth here. It's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. Should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Well, if he had a butler, he wouldn't need me to feed his cat, would he? You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Were you to play with the kitty? Soon. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Engard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. So young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now if you'll excuse me. That's it? I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? I'm sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello, hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I've heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good. No! Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya! 1 more day, please. All I ask is for 1 more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then... a little... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? That seems... bad. Connect. Damn it, did the transceiver just suddenly break? Oh, excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? We should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Do I know any electronics experts? Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal, out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. Here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know, there's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Nothing. The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick! You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? Maybe it was, but... so what is electromagnetic interference? Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way... I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened. There's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Kurita's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it, I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's an investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Oh yeah. Man, these games are so cumbersome when it comes to moving around. Hey, I'm finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the bug sweeper? Well, if you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity, so it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. Isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, I might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right, now, first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? If you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the X button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find a bug, got it, pal? There doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves there, Mr. Nick. Keep a careful eye on the bug sweeper and let's try again. The sweeper isn't exactly the best. We'll make do with what you have, right? Oh, okay. What a lovely bear! This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick! Yes? How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, cell phone? Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Kurain village. And Pearls never lived outside of that village, so... well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Lamp, check. Listening device, no. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. They're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah. I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. Looks like the TV was left on and it's now showing an old samurai movie. Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones. You know, every time I watch one of those old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. Oh, the listening device wasn't in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck, this air filter is covered in dust and dirt. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. Nerf being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal. What? No, nothing. The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? I could tell you, but why not listen in and find out by yourself? What? This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device? I mean... No, not yet. But this bear's eye is... Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Stick this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. No. That's a miniature camera. Looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What emitter? Transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. There's only the camera part here, pal. A tape recorder with a tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? Footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Set to record the victim's room for 8 p.m. From 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at the time of murder. So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record it at a certain time with it. You record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? If you think about the angle the bear's at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corrida this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? Got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around the electronics shop and see if I can find out who bought this. It's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's gone! Yeah. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do the things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edward, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't take me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, Wright. You know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can you really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, Wright. Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer, Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do now is find the truth. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. Oh man, they reset my investigations. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. If that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? Miss Andrews wasn't the client. Then, no, it can't be Matt Engard himself. If Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin, and he's not innocent at all, far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked to him... Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Way past Barley's bad time? Yes. Didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yes, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. If he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. He was probably messaging with a minor on Twitch Whispers. Mr. Engard's secret? What is this secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal this secret. That means... Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it now. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are 2 things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Hey, wait! What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now. Intended a strange device for who knows what reason. I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly I don't care, but the request came from Edgy Poo, so... Edgeworth. He said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Oh, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the prisons. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know, it was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, young one. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? I don't know, that manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. You're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Nice. That was pretty fast, wasn't it? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Oh, really? You young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why would Miss Impex want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did they do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. None of this is becoming a clue, huh? On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Huh. I guess the police aren't done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. They're done? So I can go in the room again? No. Man. Every time I have to move around in this game, I'm like, please save me from this. Looks like no one is around. What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face? Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches on his face. Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Come on, let's play. I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engar's lawyer, right? Yes. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnappers, the man, and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Sir Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronic stores. And I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I ever bought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. I guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Probably. Alright. Break time for me. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Took a little longer because I was eating something. Fuck. No, no fuck. What did you do, Melty? What? What? Just trying to disconnect my external. Okay, we're moving to the detention center. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Matt. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. Hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Editors just dropped the bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. Wrong. Mr. Engard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kinda different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Did I? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Oh, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager. Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? Ah, we got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Engard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Kinda scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card. Have you ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying. Or is he? Then again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things. Can I change witness without leaving? No. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. You sure Miss Andrews knows of something? She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Tuan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip, but I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Cyclone, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I've already told you countless times, it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste! There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. That is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Angard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts and their suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? No. I can't. Were they boning? No, I don't think I can. About this person. He's your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion. Oh, yes, that's right. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me. You fucked it up. You fucked it up, Pearl. Probably harder to do this one, no? Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Is it... Aww. Why did they took the stuff? No, I don't think. I think I can do this, but then what can I do? Oh. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? Now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. The size of witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh? They said my face and the whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, got it. Mr. Nick, Stickmy and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch, I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? What about Gumshoe? He's going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Well, let's see, Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible! That's unforgivable! Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. You know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Oh, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image. Aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. That's okay. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impax? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. There wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corrida? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? That would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. See, well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. Well, I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. That's no good. The end. Hello? You got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it will be good news. Somehow I doubt that. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Huh? This quickly? This bear's what gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, Pearls. And, go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt Engard. Huh? This is what I needed. For the psych walk. Matt Engard, your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Can I have the camera back as a talking point? Are you sure you heard right? That person who bought the bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for 3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. Receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. What about the spy camera we found? Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you to file away into evidence. I know we don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Cohida's room was Matt Engard. Why would Mr. Engard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. You're going to see him? Mr. Engard, I mean. Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. But Engard, what in the world have you done? We're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax, don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. Let's. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? Then sent the images the camera took with his transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess one had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. Sure, dude? Who else would it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corrida was... Sir Engard. Don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Oh, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engard. I didn't know how you work in court. I think I was in some serious trouble. This is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So, can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. What your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Carita's room and filmed it in secret is... I don't know why. I don't know why. Wait, no! And it starts from the beginning, doesn't it? My god. Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Carita were having a secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Carita, you were going to reveal this as a fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer dude, that kind of scandal. That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff. Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stopped paying attention to us, then it would be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corrida because of Miss Andrews. There's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Corrida's room was... to record the murder, but how do I symbolize that? If I really wanted to set up a spy camera, I wouldn't have set it up in Juan's room. It would be in your office, dude. Huh? My office? Well, dude, you're always saying really absurd things, right? It would be like getting the Comedy Channel for free. So close I can feel it. If you're done laughing... Oh. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? You really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Oh. This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Mad Anger, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is... you, Medegar. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought, anyway. Mr. Inger, you really did hire... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time, anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Oh, shit! He's the My Hero Academia character. Isn't he the guy Kitty's always drawing? How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Ingard. Hold on, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. Is this blinking weird? Oh, it kinda is. Like, there's a frame in there where he has nothing in his eyes. You really... so you are Shelly the Killer's client? He's Shelly the Killer himself? Didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? That woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that one is dead, isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? Where did you get that glass? You're lying! What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. You'll want to let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera? The weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. You knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. The superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face, the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what I call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Karina? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Karina had been able to give it, then Mr. Ingard's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. Then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. That's how Mr. Karita ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt Engarna. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? And all I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? Could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya! You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. Right, I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. One said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. But we still don't know the secret. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now, I finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. The secret is that he hired Shelley the killer? No, that's not the secret. He hired Shelley the killer to prevent Juan from revealing the secret. So, That can't be the secret. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy? No, we can't do that. That's right, he's holding my hostage. What should I do? It's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth! Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Man, Anger, that man is really... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense. What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? How ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's... It's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get Engard an acquittal, that isn't the proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is a perfect win record. That's all. How can she fight for something that does not exist? And? Isn't that the same as you? Is that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. To realize that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what's the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding my hostage for Mr. Engard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? What kind of question is this? You're talking to the killer himself. Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations and is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney. And to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Hey, Kitty. Kitty, I need to show you a person. Shelly, the Killer. You're Sherry the Killer? Please, keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. Because of the Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see that she receives a nice long nap. Ah, no! Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Oh, they didn't update its portrait. Aha! You just got fucked. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Hmm? Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission... Oh, that... It sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. That cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for Engard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah! Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Just, Kitty. I'm really sorry, but Matt Engard is refusing to meet with you. I see. Well, I guess I don't really have anything left to talk to him about anyway. Oh well. I guess I can't show you, Kitty. Sorry. Shall we listen to what Miss Andrews has to say? No. Not yet. Sorry, he doesn't want to meet with me anymore. It's the game's fault! Maya! Please answer as Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time he was the killer! He and Engard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear! But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. Dude, I tried! Hey, when it happened, I called for you, Kitty. You weren't here. Bear, isn't that more of a thing for Mystic Arena? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Oh, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Ah, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Ingard's private lounge. If someone calls my name, from the looks, yeah. Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals on the VCR. Check inside the deck. There's a tape. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No! But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. But why? So this guy, he put his hair up, and suddenly he looked like that My Hero Academia guy. I think it's the guy that you're always drawing, but I might be confusing them. It could be another My Hero Academia guy. You look like a guy. Singard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help? Mr. Nick! Where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. Crossover art time? Absolutely. There's a little door for Shu in this big door. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on there. But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick. It's a VCR and an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape. If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful. A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, "Would I a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this?" Yeah, that's what she'd say. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. David thinks all guys with scars look the same. Can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Ingard taped all of his own shows. Oh, we've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Perils? There are no perils here. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Oh? This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Miss Apex, you mean? Yes, Mr. Karina's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impex be here in Mr. Engard's mansion? Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. What's so special about the frame? On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? Thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now. Ah, fuck, I skipped it. No! Mystic Maya. Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Hedgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. I'm still short one last thing. What is that? Miss Andrews is Cyclops. I could just find out what secret she's holding. And I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. We'll blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look healed. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock. She has no idea what that means. Psych lock? I want to know and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. But I didn't finish taking a look here. Oh, I can't go there again. Definitely kinky. This is a photo of Miss Impex, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. Oh. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impex's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. Found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. I think our last remaining secret is that you're actually Cammy White from Street Fighter. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Can I break her? You do you, kitty. I'm not your father. I can't tell you what to do. Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible! Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. That is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Corrida have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impex. That wasn't the end of it. That day I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. And when Juan discovered their body, he hid her note. Well, why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt. It would be especially damaging to his refreshing, like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? What's that word again? Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At the time, that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of idiot monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. Huh? And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. We're a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. We couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with my situation, or with what I know now. Yeah. Uh, uh. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? Ha! That was a good choice of voice. Well, I cannot allow you to go on like this. I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Visual novels need galleries, all of them. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Hello, this is Phoenix, right? You don't look so well, dude. You gotta prove me not guilty today, right? Kitty! Kitty! Where are you? No! Look! Look! The guy! What I wanted to show you! Who does he look like? He looks like someone from My Hero Academia. You know what I mean, right? I know you want to say Aizawa, but it's more like one of the villains. What's the name? I might confuse them all. Yeah, not Aizawa. But he looks like someone. And this Shigaraki, but he's just crusty skinned. That might be it, yeah. That might be the guy I'm thinking of. Oh, no, it's not. Alright, Kitty, alright. No, I got it. It's a guy from Fairy Tail, not My Hero. Yeah, he looks like fucking Gildart. I see it. Thank you. I'm not crazy. Also looks a bit like Shanks from One Piece, but that's just the scar. Alright, cool. At least I found it. Alright. We'll see you later. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up. You'd better get Angar a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. How does she know about this, though? Phoenix. Mia? Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. It's that accursed Angar again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Can you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. We're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find the killer. You can get Maya out, then you can get Angar the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. They could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer. Well, I am an expert at that. If you go with Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. We're gonna win this with the power of friendship. Yeah! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Will he? Gumshoe, really? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Angard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Angar, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. Alright. I need a break. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes. One corrido was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. Break time before we get into the trial proper? Oh. And I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so let's do this. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. What is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. And then I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room. Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. They had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Things sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. What are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap! Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're going to have to charge in head first, right? To the defendant's room. Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of. I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time we do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Are you sure that was Matt Engard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's perfectly normal. That's a perfectly normal thing to do. Oh, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. So, who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. You remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. I was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. What do I need to do? I need to... Is there a contradiction here? Damn, Melty. Completely owns. I was going for a while. Like I watched them for a while. No. So it's not the bellboy that is the contradiction. I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his costume, still in his nickel samurai costume. Can I ask if it's this guy? I'm confused. I feel like this game is harder than the last one. Or maybe I forgot if I struggled with the last one. I don't think so. Or at least I don't think I struggled as much. Look at the photos. It feels like Mia is focusing on the fact that he wasn't gone for very long. Why is that a problem? I don't know. Map? It doesn't tell me anything. There's still no contradiction. Do I look it up? Do you actually know what the solution here is? Also, I remember that my trophy is when Francisca shows up. I'm going to look it up. I have a vague recollection. What? Ah, that's bullshit, man. No. I need to press the fourth statement and then the third. One, two, three. I didn't think it was a normal bellboy. Why is that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? Who am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The spellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. That's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. Wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Both. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. Oh no, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his shin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. He was there, at Ingard's house. He was that butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ingard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Ingard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? What did you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? It's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edward. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the killer? He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so you had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That's all we needed for now. Oh. I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. Well, the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, and I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter.
What? At what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. Then I came back, and I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. Thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. How could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of?
The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
So what exactly was so out of place about him?
Right. Why the insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really not unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? Sure. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. There really is. There really isn't.
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever.
I mean, if they deliver the room service.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one.
Edgeworth, you're going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Miss Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
Pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Please don't be so quick to judge. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent.
That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us.
But he really is the assassin, you know?
Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one.
Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Carita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on the top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Carita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left the dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Carita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes.
Then blame you for leading me down this road.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, is there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
The bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Oh boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. Well, he got really bad burns on his hands from an accident, so he always wears gloves. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like me, like myself, can believe he was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
Well, now I'm gonna do it. You've done it. I'm going to change the rewards to make them one stream only. Where is it? I don't remember. Viewer rewards. Didn't know it happened earlier, and that's how you will know from now on. Hmm. How do you do it though? Limit redemptions per stream 1. Okay. Mm. I'll still do it now. You're not forced to do this retroactively. But, because then it's my fault. Right now it's my fault. Not yours. There you go. Just that sometimes, like right now or today or whatever, this really, really presses against my head and I'm really uncomfortable with it.
No, then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Am I getting messages now? What's going on? After leaving one room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kinda saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. All of it was suspicious to high heavens. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. You know what's weird? They were all probably interrogated about what they saw yesterday, and this would probably have made it into yesterday's court still. Yes, Your Honor. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star. Even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? No, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye and a sort of sneaky spy-like.
You knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
I said hold it. Oh, okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. You should probably ask him one question at a time. He gave something to this person? Yeah. What was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kinda small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next.
So after he gave the person inside the room the thing... Hold it! Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Ingard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. He went in there, and who knows after that? I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? It was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Warren's door like some sort of stalk. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Well, talk about a lose-lose situation. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Well, actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? You're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see, I think it was, oh...
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Yeah, it kinda looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know. Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever the statue thing is and show it to him. I'm going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that?
Well, I think that one's pretty easy. Watch me fail it. What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up!
It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, that's something you saw. Was it this item?
Oh, hey. That's it. That's the something. What, Mr. Wright? You really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt Ingard's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
And the bear being found at Mr. Ingard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Master Matt Ingard is the killer's client.
Order! I said order! Mr. White, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have... I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
Huh. think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There's still a few points left that we have not fully explored.
What are you trying to prove?
Oh, well, we can have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure if... What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remember who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. No, that doesn't mean anything. You've gotta be kidding!
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count.
So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. As we all know, Matt Engard is the Nickel Samurai.
Yeah, but Adrian was dressed as the Nickel Samurai, wasn't she? Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! We don't have time to act lost. We've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry! Now I will bring this cross-examination to... Your Honor! Again, Mr. Wright? We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright.
We have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered.
What are you trying to prove?
Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Whew. Disaster averted, it seems.
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
I can't believe it, that butler. All this time, he was the killer.
The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
I think we've heard enough. We now know why the spare figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it. I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? I will now announce my... There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Engard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I am saying is it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
English or Japanese what?
The real client?
Yes. Is this all you have?
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews. Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Engard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Oh, then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. What about Mr. Engard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
What is it with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Engard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. It's to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game.
This what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Engard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
Who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
At least it's not Lotta. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage, don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick! Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power?
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. Just barely found something to latch onto.
Yeah, that's good, pal.
What about you? Anything yet? You figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time!
We just had one. Even a single clue. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia? Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, and I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal, the very big circus.
Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And? I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I heard there. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia! Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Aaron Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have. You haven't seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
Alright. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. A puzzle. That's right. It looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. The people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. Like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? How do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. It was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get it, what's inside. Well, it's a toy. It can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that the spare is actually a small container or a jewelry box? I never told anyone. As long as one never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. Engard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Wouldn't that incriminate her more than him? Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. The spare is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. Suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager Celeste Impex. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impex had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Oh, Arthur! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Though then I believe it's only appropriate that the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it. For her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you would please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly... Huh? That's a typo, isn't it? Through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impex left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard. About being engaged to Corrida and Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. That's all Miss Impex had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. Then, what? Her intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. Engard values above all else is refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public.
any cost.
It's Ingard's fault that the woman killed herself. This time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing the truth. Oh, terrible, what a selfish person. I guess there's liable lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too.
There's no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
Seems that we have come to the truth at last. Let me just read it. Oh, I can't read it. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
No, I have to carry on and buy him some more time.
Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue?
Please wait, Your Honor.
Man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it? Looks like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Engard killed in order to obtain this note?
Yes, that is correct.
That seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Carita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I'd say that Matt Engard could not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash. I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. He believes a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying? But,
I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Engard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rivals. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
and?
The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engard.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well,
Sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you were confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Same trial yesterday or new trial? It's a continuation, but it's the next day. Same case, new trial. How's it going, Monships? using this gumshoes box sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
But Ingard's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
Now working since 7 a.m. till now 10 p.m. I'm exhausted.
Gambling?
And something to eat and then probably going to lurk more and sleep. Alright.
Well, I hope you can get some good rest at least. What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ingard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that.
Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Shush, stop, look at him.
The way he's sweating is just so, nasty. Phoenix.
Yes, Chief?
Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What I'm going to do next? Is running away? Like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. What is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded.
Oh?
For not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at? Or should I let it go? If Mia has all the answers, why isn't she the lawyer?
She's dead. Come on, man. Have some respect. I have an objection, Your Honor.
She's not actually there?
Oh, she's there.
She's inhabiting the body of this little girl.
Pay attention, man. That is some weeb shit. You would know.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all.
In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something.
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth.
But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter.
Whoops. So right after this trial is over, I would like to see you in my chambers. I think there are a few things we need to discuss. Oh boy. No. What did he have, but not anymore? I have no idea, actually. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. How you played the demo? I don't know. I am lost again. We gave English and Japanese vocals. Nice. Did you enjoy it? It's been 99% grunts. Perfect. Japanese grunts are the best. Do you call out any attacks? No, that's a shame. I'm giving off sound protagonist vibes. Man. What am I? What did he miss? Bit of a sucker for this princess and their night setup this game is going on. Did Did you play it though? Did you like the gameplay? Well, am I just trying every piece of It's a suicide note? Really? That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Oh, it's tower defense? Oh, I don't appreciate that. Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into the spare? How dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness' testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! Damn, we broke our glasses again. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Engard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting is yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Mai will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis my butt, that's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Engard is guilty, look! Any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is it? What is with him? What's that sign? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. Wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? Found the hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But you tell me we don't have any more. Never really looked harder than Edgeworth's shaking eyes. Guilty, 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 guilty. You hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't for us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. How about to end today's proceedings? You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you gotta buy us some more time.
Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying...
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary test on this piece of evidence in that time.
Can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
Wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for.
Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Still don't understand if Edgeworth is your ally or enemy? Well, he's an ally of justice, and we are all for justice. Just because we're rivals doesn't mean we can't be friendly. Definitely not an enemy, I would say. We're definitely on opposite sides, but we're not enemies. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time. Huh. Report. Ah, is that Mr. Edgeworth? We do need time. Just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. Huh? I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. If those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on the hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. Pulling out all the stops and running every red light. He's gonna die. Just the fandom, he's your lover. The Yuri fandom? Yuri is girl love. Cyan. I think you mean yaoi. Items left by the murderer, huh?
Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. The fuck?
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe? Answer me.
He's dead. No one can stop me. Unless you're talking about Yuri on Ice. That's the name of a guy. What happened?
It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well.
What was he thinking?
We've got to hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either.
The guy's called Lesbian? Well, you know how the word seal can mean an animal, or the word seal can mean something that prevents something from being opened, or the word seal can also mean a stamp. So 3 different things, but the same word. It is incredible, right? You guys, I'm not a weeb. I don't know about that Yuri Netorare stuff you guys talk about. Look up the first name and space in his name, and is Yuri Gagarin. Look. Knowing what Netorare is, even mentioning it, I'm sorry, Monships, you're done. I have no idea what that is. I know because I watch Sit Snap. Do you know what NTR is? It is actually I learned it either from Sit Snap or from her husband talking about what she watches. I was like, what the fuck? Let's watch this. I have never watched anything in the genre. Honestly, if you look at my anime list, it features the hentai I watched. So, I have nothing to hide. I don't care. I've never heard of this. Okay. 14? I looked it up, seems kind of fucked up. It is. Sounds funny that it had that name and watched it. It was a 4-episode trash anime. It just means cuckold. Yeah! Which... I learned what the meaning of that word watching, oh, what was the name? The comedy guys that played video games. You learn the meaning of all these words watching YouTubers? Yes! Yes! Because I have said more than once that I hate porn. Man, one of them is Lawrence. They were always going on Rule 34. That's when I learned what Rule 34 was. That's when I learned that Rule 34 was a website as well. Come on. Yeah. Okay, Bruce and Lawrence created Inside Games. What was the name of their previous thing? I knew the concept of Rule 34. Like, if you can think about it, there's porn of it, right? But I didn't know it was a website until in every episode of that thing, they went on it. If it exists, there's porn of it. Isn't it, if you can imagine it, there's porn of it? Because existing already means the same thing. Funhouse. Thank you for not helping, guys. Funhouse is who I meant. I don't watch Funhouse. Well, I watched when they existed.
Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we can stand a chance.
Then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? He really is incompetent, isn't he? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure you can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. As a detective. Francisca, does she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. You know my client is guilty. What I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent, and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. I'm probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Oh boy. Well, I am happy to say I'm not sleepy yet. We're gonna keep going. Because even though this is probably a good time to stop, I have been stopping way too early on account of being fucking sleepy. So let's take a break, quick recess, and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's do this. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's nothing, Your Honor.
What is wrong with Edgeworth?
It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Or, Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida.
Mr. Corrida?
Well. It looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engarn. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible. It's theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it.
The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake.
Wait, from testimony? I was going with this. Mr. Edgeworth, your response?
I believe that even more important than finding out if this note is real or not, is whether the attorney's badge pinned to that man's chest is real. There's the $1,000,000 question.
Yes, I agree.
Oh well. Me too. Damn. Mia, don't do me dirty like this. It's no use. Something feels wrong, but I can't put my finger on what it is.
Actually, there is something I would like to ask. Mr. Edgeworth, you had stated something earlier to the effect that the defendant had spied on Mr. Corrida's private life. Thank you, Judge, for making my point for me. I believe this would mean that he would have known about the note as well.
That's it?
Yes, and so, naturally, this means Mr. Engard would have known that the note was a fake. Court, see here, Mr. Wright.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
I was the one who thought of the spying thing. Jumping in and stealing my thunder like that is simply... I can't even describe it.
Yes, sorry.
I could have even bragged about embarrassing Mr. Edgeworth to my grandchild, had you not... For that I assign you a penalty, Mr. Wright.
Damn.
What is this little item called again?
A video camera, Your Honor.
Oh, a very small one, but Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order. Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured it came down to this, after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you not making any sense? You are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth stuttering. Not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it?
The man himself. Mr. Shelley the killer.
Oh, Mr. the killer. Wait, Shelley the killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking.
Is it my intercom?
You recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Yes?
Is it alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this.
Very well, then the prosecution calls its witness to the stand.
Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us?
Now then, witness, your name and your occupation, please.
It is.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor,
how can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio? That doesn't look like the thing I have.
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition.
Oh, I thought it was mine.
As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
0 out of 10 game? Why?
So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please, wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya.
A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. What would that be? At the request of the client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida, is this correct? It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well.
This all just a bad dream? Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelley the killer? What is he going to say?
Judge is losing it? Absolutely.
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the truth, trust between a client and himself. That is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Mr. The Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. The Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
I mean, about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry. Well, it appears this one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. It's only because you don't know about my situation.
Trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
That is why you're testifying in this manner?
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder.
Oh!
I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me.
Didn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. It would certainly...
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
A role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. This is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
The gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No. No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself.
We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
The egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already.
Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk.
I'm not his therapist, you know.
What? You stated it. Let's go. Let's move on.
You said that your client had already broken the rules.
The person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
That's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
But then everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really.
In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent.
Then say it.
Now then, I do believe it's about time I reveal the name of my client. Don't you agree?
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness? What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's name is...
Adrian Andrews.
What?
Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt Anger, perhaps. I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
You were the one who summoned this witness.
You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth.
The defendant at the moment is Matt Anger, am I correct?
All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided a suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. But there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was fake. Most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Engard He's innocent.
Seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached the verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? You need to save here. It says I need to save when Francisca shows up. Yeah. It's coming soon. I think. I don't know. I don't know when it is.
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Yeah, definitely no one has done this game faster than me.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me! Listen everyone, please! That testimony just now. It was all one big lie.
Miss Andrews.
The suicide note may have been a fake. But man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And the one's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Poor woman, we're putting her through the ringer. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and bunning the nickel samurai costume.
That's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impex was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No! Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them! Please! Help me! Yes, I know the truth.
So right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Before I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
You have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I don't think it's decided here. Phoenix? Can't do it, Mia. I can't accept I'm not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Engard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Engard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? Never thought about it until now.
I trust him. Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please? The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are. Usually done.
What is he talking about?
Usually done?
But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. But pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that also beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes two of us. What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, I might raise suspicions on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes. How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring.
Mr. Wright? Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead? Don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You are hereby declared guilty.
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. Their fate is to leave with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. Try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything... to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. You should use my services, Mr. Attorney. I would suggest you play in for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. What if that's really true? That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. Why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. Assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Angard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Can't? Does he plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. No, this is the one.
I want to present the shock. Either the shock with a broken vase or this. Thanks so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. A glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? Not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. One thing though, if he betrayed Edgeworth, why wouldn't Edgeworth betray him as well and just track the signal? Or maybe he's doing that. This request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. One week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations. Was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you'll keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I'd like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle.
Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all.
That is correct. If I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Testimony just now has made one thing clear. That is, the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really?
Witness, please continue with your testimony.
You physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
It's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Of course it was very important, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, and it's unlikely he is mistaken. You're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Well then, will the witness please continue? It doesn't matter who I'm helping, I'm just buying time, right? The client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. And there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. I wanted to see if there's any difference in pressing in a different order. Didn't I press everything? I'm lost again. Chat, I will take a hint if you have any. I'm also falling asleep here. Guess I'll look it up. What? Oh, I need to say it was not important. Fuck you. Come on, game. Why he meets his clients is not important. That isn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about them talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It was very important now. I heard what I think I heard just now, and I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Oh, really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well. I'm doing all the work. He's gonna know I'm not on his side. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took their request at that time? Yes, that is correct. That's when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up about her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Assuming someone's gender? Cancel. Cancel this game right now. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their requests. He has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. It means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name? Oil-tastic?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one has stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer? This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request is for the murder of one Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. I saw the name at the end of the letter. I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. Didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. This means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. And no, I can make him suspicious. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. We can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Well then, let's begin the cross-examination. Didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom meeting is simply not possible. Didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with the game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cup it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can badger a witness with such harsh words. For a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client? Sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. See? Your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what's commonly referred to as email. Email? A contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... Two or three other things? Yes. What were these other things? The other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yeah, I'm just looking for the next end of the cross-examination so I can go to. You have a good night, Sign. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... smell the stench of a backstabber. Should you turn out to be one... Wait! Oh, this is looking really bad. You shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Well, let's take a look. If it goes wrong, we load. Witnesses is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. But you didn't know she was a woman. Found this figurine at Mr. Ingard's mansion. You gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ingard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? The killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. He's right. So now what, Mr. Wright? Dr. Wright? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Ingard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. So, what do you think? Witness? Mr. the Killer? I'm sorry. I went to visit the water closet for a second. Ah. Mr. Attorney, I think it's time I stated this in terms even you can comprehend. You ask me any more of these pointless questions, there will be no mercy. Well, it's late. You're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. That was when I went to give my client a figurine. Yes, I see. Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. So, Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? No, right now. I think I can pull something out of what he said. It would be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. No problems with the testimony, Your Honor. We pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Seems like we're still okay to me. That's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we'll end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Okay, I think we're stopping here. Not a good place to stop at all. But it's late. We're definitely beating this tomorrow. I think, unless there's a curveball and. We have another investigation day and another trial day? I don't think so, though. So we have 2 endings to get tomorrow, and maybe we'll get to play something else. Who knows? Who could know? I'll see you then. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, hope you're still enjoying Justice for All. And finally, back to doing 6-hour stream. Hopefully we get to keep that going. See you tomorrow. Goodbye and good night.